Well, hello there. If you haven't seen my face ever before, my name is Nico and I'm sitting inside old truck. To be exact, it's a Scania 143 from year 93. This is my project truck and I bought this pretty much exactly 2 years ago in November 2023. So I bought this back then, brought it home, and last year, 24, we didn't do much. We just used this a little bit. But this year, 2025, we did a lot of things to it. So this video will be completely different from all of the previous videos I have posted. So this video's agenda is a compilation of what we have done this year, starting from March 2025 and ending maybe in today, November 15th. I'm not sure. There are lots of things to happen. I'm trying to buy a house, etc. So I might not have time to come back anymore this year. So I lied a bit when I said that I brought this home, because this is my grandma's place. Our tractors and everything is here. So I grew up almost here, but not quite in this exact place. But yeah, this is here. I live in a small apartment at the moment, so I have no space for this at my home. So yeah, I might come back, do something, I might not. But anyways, I'm going to publish this at the end of December, hopefully. So if anything happens in this time frame, I might add it if I have time. But yeah. Anyways, I'm going to collect clips from all of the videos I have posted this year. And yeah, I will add links to each and every one of those if you are interested in seeing anything else. And just a disclaimer, our primary thing has been to work on the truck, not film videos. So yeah, they aren't the best videos. And I want to also apologize about my English. I'm not native English speaker. I never in real life speak English, only in these videos. I can write English well, but speaking is a bit harder. And there is also lots of clips in which Mika or my dad speaks Finnish. So yeah, anyone doesn't know who Mika is, he is my younger brother who is well, better at metalwork and pretty much everything, so he has been doing a lot of things as well. I couldn't do all of this on my own. But yeah, sorry for bad English. I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm just bad. This has been a good training experience for me. Because yeah, like I said, I don't meet the English speakers in my normal life, so I never get to speak English. But I'll do a quick truck review. But in the meantime, I'll put the review at the end of this video, so stay there to see how it is looking right now. And with these pictures, back to the March, when we started fitting the other crane to the Scania. Mika has already started here, marked, and we need to just cut it. And the stands here, they are about 3 centimeters too wide. So we need to figure out how to make them a bit thinner. And what's happening here is that we flip the stand around, and you might have seen that it wasn't that easy. Our estimate was that this whole stand was around 150 to 200 kilos, so quite a lot of weight. And right now we are removing old crane mounting bolts. They were pretty stuck and took
quite a lot of work to do. Eventually we did it and got nothing. So here's Mika just trying to go through this tank. Looking at the marks, I would estimate about 30 centimeters of actual material. And we need to go through 3 tunnels, so this was like 1 to 2 hours of grinding only for that section. And lots of grinding. And to make things harder, only the lowest bar in here, that was able to be cut once, and the one above it, they needed 3 cuts just to remove enough material for the grain cylinder, shown later. Here it goes. They removed all of the excess material and installed a smaller RHS tube inside the stand, just to make it more stable, so that there would be something else holding it on top of the welds we make. And yeah, it's a stiff fit, but better that way. What I saw
Voi vi! Tosta tarvii tot pysty saamaan hitsi.
Here I noticed that all of the bashing done with the sledgehammer caused the metal to cave in and break a bit, so that wasn't nice. But anyways, we got it to correct fit. And like I mentioned earlier, here will be the cylinder, just like on the log lift. There will be a cylinder to push the grain in and out, and we made the hole for it to go through. Because if we wouldn't have made that, it would have been pretty damn hard to install the cylinder in the future, because there simply wouldn't have been enough space. And this was just nothing but welding for a couple of hours. You might see the little bar that's right underneath Mika's knee. That was just to stabilize the stand so that it doesn't fall over.
Okay, the welding is done. All around here, this bar. If anyone is wondering why the bar is here, there's a cylinder like this one here. It will go through here and be locked there, so that we can use this cylinder here to push the crane out of the end of the bed, so it can be a bit further away from the truck and a bit closer for transportation. But we need to cut that, remove the side plate, and then we can weld new side plates and cut the end off right here, because the studs are too long. They would be that much out, or couldn't go to the bottom. They would bottom out before the crane would be fine. So we need to shorten the studs and make them.
Yeah, that clip was cut off a bit, but what I was saying was that we need to cut the studs and make them a bit shorter, so that they will be 1 meter long, pretty much. And if the editing seems weird, it is because, well, you might hear from this voice that this is different microphones. I did a rough cut on the material first, and now I'm sitting home and just doing a voiceover telling what we are doing as we are doing it. So I might explain something in the video that I have explained a tiny bit earlier in the voiceover, and I'm sorry if something is in duplicate, but looking at the editing timeline, I'm seeing that this video will be about 5 hours long, and this has taken me like 3 days to go over the material from the whole year, and I remember somewhat what I left, but I can't remember everything. Yeah, this won't be filmcast editing or anything. I'm just a hobbyist YouTuber, and the production quality is hobby. Anyways, this is me and Mika cutting once again. There was a lot of cutting, and you can see later why it took so long. This is just a fraction of it. We had to remove the side plates because the stand legs were 3 centimeters too wide, like said, so we needed.
Mitäs sen piti olla? 105.
Surprise, surprise, more cutting. The other side was done, so time to flip it around and then get onto this side. The small plates right in front of my grinder, they will be the stopper so that the crane doesn't go too close to the wall. So there, and from those to the end of the studs, there was too much material, so that's why we had to shorten the studs. And in theory, it might have been easier to just move the stoppers, but then the crane would have sat really far back, so we decided just to cut the studs shorter, and by estimation that's about 30 centimeters or something. This is something that you shouldn't be doing. Mika is grinding on the other side, and I took the sledgehammer to make some space, and you'll see soon what happens. The shockwave went through the stand and caused the Mika's grinder to stop completely from full speed. And that, on the other hand, jumped the disc realistic, like, you know. It was on there, it was a complete struggle to get it out, and if I remember correctly, we ended up cutting the locking nut in half, because we simply couldn't get it out any other way. So yeah, if someone is grinding, don't use a sledgehammer to hit that same piece, even if it was big and heavy piece. I think I was getting nearly through. Good hit, Nico. Great job. Great. close. The plate is already moving, as you can see. Opening up. And it's out.
Well, that was kinda a lot of grinding, but I guess this is the reason, because there is like 50 mils, not really 50, but like close to 40 mils of steel. So
we end up using the old side plates as new ones. We just got the edges of them so that they fit inside the hole, and Mika welded a so-called handle to it so that it could be installed flat. And here is Mika just welding.
while I was outdoors working with Dad, taking the hook lift to nearby us from the woods, Mika finished all the welding for now. These sides, they are all done. He did the cover plates for those. He oiled already did the pyramids so that when we connect to the truck we can drive it nearby and this will guide it a bit.
There's an ancient idiom. Grinder and paint make me the welder I am. Well, Mika is a good welder, kinda stuck pigment, so we were forced to grind all of the welds down, and there was a small cutting error made by me. I didn't follow the line, so another of the legs was too wide, so I had to grind some of it out. No biggie, it's just metal to remove. So I spent some time just grinding, making all of the sides flat, and onto this spec with the holes on the bed. And this was my view, trying to test fit the stand on its own to the bed before installing the crane on it, because the stand on its own, well, it's easier to move than with a crane. And we made it fit, the studs were correct length, and the first try we did, there was a small problem, the corners were too bare, so we just had to grind a bit more, make all of the stud corners a tiny bit rounder. It wasn't much, but it was not some. And here's the crane. We only have one tractor with front loader, and it's this old Fiat 190, and this is literally on the edge of the front loader lifting capability, but as you can see, we are slowly making it, like working for a city. One person watching, one doing, and one saying what to do. This was kind of nerve-wracking, as there was a boom lock on the crane, but we hadn't ever used the crane, so we couldn't lock the boom. Instead, we used the ratchet strap. See there. the end we had a successful liftoff.
Some luxury from self-closing doors.
And let me tell you, this was probably the slowest trip I've ever done with a tractor. The small move, about 100-150 meters, it took like, what would I say, 15 minutes?
So the reason why we had to stop, it's quite simple. The hoses, they go underneath the crane. So we need to figure out a solution how to go around that, because we just can't drop it down. We would need to remove all of the hoses and then they might not be long enough. Or then we could find some good steel to go across that and lift the crane up a couple of centimeters. But finding steel like that isn't easy. So yeah, we need to figure out something. Mika has spent this morning modifying the stand with the braces. And let's see how well it starts to fit. No, tää on liian korkea.
Put the tractor on the neutral.
Ei oo liian korkea, vaan se on vaan...
Sillä ei oo ihan paikalla.
Making everything.
Se pitäisi istahtaa snäykkivasti.
Luckily, no one was hurt.
Tästä ei taida olla mitään hyötyä.
Wondering if it's fitting
Yesterday
or not.
we tried to fit this. And like I said, we had to make some extensions so that the crane sits higher. So Mika got these C-profiles, welded them on. We measured the hole at 58 centimeters, like said in the last stand video. So the bolt hole is here. That's how we will start. So it'll mount from here, here and there. And Mika also added this, that the crane can't move sideways. They are measured well. And like said, the C channels will be about here. Because otherwise the hoses would have gotten pinched. So this channel is like this high. They'll be fine. They'll go through the stand and crane and
This here is nothing but a regular piece of British rod, 8 paint, frame, and this nuts will be our mounting hardware for the crane.
we are still wondering how to install the crane, because it's heavy. We can't lift it that high. So we have one idea, that we install the stand on it, tip it over to correct position, lower the bed and just slide it on, secure it to the bed and pull the bed on. That's the current plan for this. Let's see what happens.
Well, I just said what we are going to do and then we didn't do it. We decided that it could be too much for the tractor to lift, because the crane on its own is already on the limit of the front loader, so adding the stand, it might just be too much. So this is our plan B. We dropped the bed on the ground and just slid the stand to it, secured the stand to the bed, and then lift the crane onto the stand. Also crane is on, we can clean with crane it. And after that, we can test the crane and leave it standing on its legs, just like the log lift does. This will be our segment. It's not good, I'm not lying, but we couldn't chains because there wouldn't have been a good way to mount the chains. And this is us just moving the crane towards the spot. Or well, I'm moving, you guys giving directions.
Oversteering is kinda tight.
Yeah,
Not happy.
like said, moving anywhere with the crane in the air means that all of the weight is on the front tires, which get squished quite a lot. And as the ground is kinda muddy, etc., the wheels don't want to turn. Not at all.
Täytyis olla sulle 20 senttiä tonne päin.
Mika came to tell that we are 20 centimeters too much to the left, which might not sound much, but at this point it was a lot because the wheels are already turned right.
To the right.
It means that we need to move a lot back and then somehow maneuver more to the right. And you can see our safe working. Mika has the iron bar right inside the boom just to turn it around and somehow try to line it up. We somehow are near making it. You can see the side stopper Mika made. It's almost in place, meaning that we are just a few centimeters too much to the right. Mika is trying to counter that. Right here, you can see that. And now we're reaching the sides and taking the physical work. Mika is controlling the tractor. There is no reason for either of us to do anything that might switch jobs from the flight. You might see the tractor tires, they are still kind of flat. Now we are super close. Last thing to do is to buy the rocks on, and when they are on, and nuts, the both ends, then we should be ready to lift.
Annas mulle se. Voiko se olla vittu väärillä kierteellä?
Se vois kyllä pistää siihen ulommaiseen nyt kun miettii.
Well, everything is ready to be lifted. The stand is secured with one strap and the crane itself with 2 chains. But well, those are fine. This, I don't know. I wouldn't say those are weak link. I'm pretty confident. Puhelinyhteys.
Here I told Mika that we should communicate via phones, because both of us, we are wearing headphones all the time, so we can talk hands-free easily. and Mika can see things that I can't see. Like here, soon you'll see the stand getting out of bed right there, because the crane is so damn heavy. Mika could see that the crane is off the ground,
Ja se on
and
ilmassa.
I could have just lowered the bed, but I couldn't hear him. He didn't want to call me, so I was just doing what I saw.
Hippi alas ennen kuin liina on poikki.
And here he yelled me that I should lower the bed before the strap snaps.
Ei sit.
It wasn't that far away, and soon you'll see that the whole stand is like 5 centimeters of the stoppers. So yeah, that's how much the strap stretched only during that lift. But anyway, the strap held up fine, and we got the crane up off the ground safely.
Se onnistui. Oli pikkasen tiukalla toi liina tossa yhdessä vaiheessa.
Joo, hyvä. Saat sä kakkosjatkon sisään?
Niin toi jatko.
Ei kun tän.
Here you are witnessing the first movements
Väärä.
of the crane in around 15 years. We have had it for that long. It has never been installed to anything. Dad had some
Joo.
plans, but they never came through. And the crane just sat
Ei se tullut
everywhere.
sisälle asti se ja
Inside.
varovasti.
Inside the
Okay.
tractor stall.
Nyt vaan
And
kippaa tota
outside
pääpuomia
in several
ylöspäin.
places. And yeah, we were trying to learn how it moves, what does what, and there was a lot. And we were also afraid to blow gaskets and anything, because, well, 15 years standing, it doesn't do any good to any ceiling surface. So we
Sale.
were taking it slow, seeing what happens, and hoping that everything works. And as you can see, it's moving. And how we got it to move is that the truck
Millä viivulla se
has
tommosta tekee?
lots of hydraulics. It has
Ah.
2-circuit hydraulics for the forklift, because, well, there is 2 hydraulic pumps and they are pushing hydraulic oil to 2 different hydraulic blocks in the lock lift, so it can do more movements at once. But this command, it only had 1 block, so we had to improvise. Luckily, the truck had extra hydraulics for a hydraulic tailgate.
Näköjään
So
tommittanut.
we just
Pyöriikö se nyt?
connected the crane to the tailgate hydraulics, put a block to the switch that turns the tailgate up or down, and that's how we got some oil moving through the crane.
Menikö se pidemmälle?
And as the crane was sitting for so
No.
long, we decided to do some maintenance before
Ja.
doing anything else with it. So we just scraped off
No
the
joo.
old grease and added some new grease on the extending boom and went through the greasing nipples so that the bushings wouldn't be too dry. We also were discussing on where to turn the crane around, because right now it's not correctly. We need to flip it 180 degrees simply because the control levers are now between the crane and bed, and that's not nice. And also the turret is turning, well, not so nicely because it has a limited travel.
So we posted a picture to our family WhatsApp, and that was just commented, "God damn it, it works!" And we're kind of surprised that he also thought the tailgate hydraulics were a good idea. And also we're kind of tiny bit surprised that he didn't get any mad that we took his project and started to finish it. But now that there is two of us, it's way easier than doing anything this caliber alone. So yeah, kind of a two-person job, especially what we did. Mistä lähtee meillä on tommonen ollut?
Muutama vuoden. No maistuuko ne maistuu?
So, what I was saying earlier, the reason for us having to make this our own is that on top of a user comfort, the turret spins now around from the right. So, if we want to lift anything off the bed to the left side of the truck, we need to always do almost a full 360 degrees. So, if we now turn it towards the gap and to left from there, it will turn only like 45 degrees. So, by turning the trainer on, we can minimize the problems that the turret turn limitations cause. So, then the dead spot will be somewhere at the back of the truck. Like I say, it's way nicer to use when the controls aren't in that small pinched area. Like you see here, you can see anything anywhere.
Strong move. It's off the stand, close that.
If you for some reason didn't realize our plan, it was that we simply lifted the crane on the stand, left the stand onto the bed, and now we are just reversing underneath it
Mähän on melkein jopa keskellä.
and lower it back on. At least that's our plan.
No.
And if you're wondering why there is no interior in the truck, well, we had to remove it for some other repairs. So I have filmed everything of that, and it will be shown. Not all of these clips are in chronological order, simply because the weather dictated a lot what we could do. Some days were nicer so that we could weld, some days weren't, so we were doing something else. And yeah, I have so I decided in this video to do everything by the topic. So this was modifying the crane stand, installing the crane, and first test for it. If you're interested, we try to lift a tractor with it. Not any of our tractors, but there is a video of that on my channel as well. I will link it here, so if you're interested you might want to go and watch it. And yeah, this video is just restoring the truck, stuff like this, not stuff that we did with the truck over the year. So, remounting the bolts, and then we should be pretty much done with the crane. As you saw, the legs come out, the legs move, and we can leave the crane standing on its own. It doesn't have to be left underneath a tree anymore. So, yeah, 4 more bolts, and then it's done. It might get painted in the future, might get some new hoses, might get a gold chip. That
Eikö tää ole symmetrisesti tai jotain?
gold
Se oli äsken niin takana, että toi...
extension on top of the boom, and gold meaning that it's not hydraulic. So, well, actually a manual extension would be a better word.
Täytyykö tehdä vielä tikkaa eikä?
Oota, mä käyn tsekkaa ton väli.
And this was our first try, seeing how the crane would fold into its
Lukossa.
transport mode. So
Nostit toi puomipaino päällä, niin se menee kivasti.
No.
surprisingly easy.
No ei.
Yeah, not to other topic.
One of the big problems with the Scania here, you can see that the roof lining, there is some moisture damage, pretty bad at some points. There's even some mold because the roof is leaking from somewhere. So right now I'll start tearing the interior apart. We need to remove the shelf, all of the lights, and well, everything that's inside here. Luckily there isn't that much.
And this was just a game of guessing where to find screws. Most of them were visible and the lights and everything came out easily. But then there were some not so nice screws, like the ones on the front edge of the partial shelf. Like you can see, I need to lay on top of the dashboard to get my hands on them. I think I also spilled my energy drink. And well, the partial same shelf came out easily. Here you can see some of the moisture on the roof lining, all of the wires, and what was weird is that the wires were zip tied to the roof lining, not to the roof. Out with the roof lining.
Well. What do we see here? There is water, lots of water. Probably every single panel that we remove has water behind it. Oh yeah. And here's the dent on the back wall. Yeah. There's a hole. And yet again we are going off the rails. We were wondering, what are those cables? What do they do? So here we are, pulling more of the interior apart.
And the rusty hole shown in the previous clip, it was a old pass-through
So please come out, sir.
made by some of the old owners for the high beams. They had just drilled it and not
Now we
protected,
should get rid of the
so it had started to
back
rust.
wall. And when the back wall is gone, the side walls wouldn't be that much more work anymore, so well, to be honest, I wouldn't mind taking the whole interior apart, because there's lots of sketchy electrical work that we found, and most of it is always hidden. So, and also the fact is that if the cabin is rusty, this truck would be useless in no time, because while the frame is rusty too, we can do that next year.
If there is a body fix person watching, I would advise to look away, because, well, I'm not a body fixer.
So yeah, this is
We
too much down, this is too much inside, and that's too much up.
we tried to fix the dent, and well, we don't have any nice body fixing tools, so we used what we found, and that's a hammer and smaller hammer and a couple of pieces of wood and steel to shape it.
Yeah,
Anyways.
of course, that's so big of a panel that it just jumps.
So, yeah, this, well, yeah, this might look rough, it is rough, and well, this won't be a show truck, this won't be a perfect outcome,
Good.
but
That isn't a
it-
rust hole.
will be less bad
Just
than what we
something.
started with.
this just isn't that bad caved in. Not perfect by any means, but at least we can rust repair. This inside isn't that important to look
And
good,
after
because
all,
they're really
this is a back wall on top of the
Oh
cab,
yeah, that's
so
way less
it
bad.
isn't that visible
already.
piece of the truck. If this kind of a dent were on the side wall or some of the lower corners of the cab, it would be way more important to fix properly, but this is pretty much unseeable part of the truck, so we don't mind it not being perfect.
No, I can't do that. Don't think I have tools for that. Actually, there is some.
had done most of this straightening, Mika came to help me. He's fitting from the outside.
tässä sitten.
And I've got this sledgehammer inside to absorb the shock. Because when you are beating and there's nothing behind it, the whole cap is just resonating a lot and the forces aren't related that well. So having something on the other side is really useful. And this piece of pipe is just trying to make the corner more round. Not sure if it did anything, but at least it was better than trying to use just the hammer. And here I'm trying to even out a bit of the highest points that were caused by the corner of the hammer. Yeah, like I say, this won't be perfect.
There's some water. Luckily, most of this is the sound insulation mat. So the floor.
And somehow I ended up watching to the passenger floor, which was a mistake.
Well, it's pretty soft. It felt a bit harder. Well, gotta see if we have to replace the whole floor. Vähän on penkiskin.
Ai se on penkissä?
Juu.
As the edge of the floor
Up,
felt
ylös
so
vielä.
soft and wet, we decided that the best course of action would be just to
So this
remove
backside
everything.
should be fine.
Check in what condition
I've seen that much.
the
Fine.
rest of the floor is.
Uskalletaanko me kattoo?
Tuommoita kuin paha mieli. Hyi saatana.
Jee, vittu.
Minä lähden kotiin heittoon.
Yep. Mika looked at this and just said he's going home. He's done. In order to get the floor mat off, we need to remove the center console. But in order to remove the center console, I had to remove this bracket that was here to hold this down or up. But in order to remove that, I need to remove this. You've got to be kidding me. Everything is off here and the mat is going upwards, upwards. Yeah, that's the mat. There, there, there. So it's behind the relay port, fuses and all the wires. And actually that's just... And after all, this won't affect anything, because there will be a cover plate here.
The more I looked at the floor mat, I realized that in order to get it out intact, I would have needed to remove absolutely everything. The dashboard in a whole, all of the wiring, absolutely everything. It seems that on the factory, the first thing to go on was the floor mat, and everything else went after
I
it.
can say that the mat weighs.
So yeah, I decided to cut it in the most discreet way.
Yeah, the glue on that shouldn't be that soft.
And now, digging into the floor.
I
to
shouldn't
see
be able
the
to
sweaty mess.
pull this with my fingers.
When I bought the truck, the seller said that this is rust free. Well, he hadn't looked at the truck.
What?
That was weird disc. No idea what the point for it was. And there was several of them.
Okay. What's happening there? Weird.
If you look closely, you can see the rust raining when Mika beats the floor a bit. So, yeah, this. Luckily we know it at this point.
Eikö tässä vielä käydä hakemassa hiilidioksidipulloa?
But our motivation was quite low, as you could have seen from Mika's face. This was the bottom side.
That's good.
There was some kind of a sound insulation mat,
That's not
but we had to remove it in order to fix that seam where I'm beating right now, because otherwise it would have caught fire and anyways, we started to tackle this challenge. I wire milled some of the steel so that we could see where the healthy steel starts and the bad one ends. And I'm pretty close to that point there.
So quickly going over with the wire wheel, and here at the back the steel is all good, strong, healthy, no sign of rust. It starts here. This is completely rotten. This is like the worst spot, or actually that is just as bad, and a bit of there and there. So half of the cab floor has to be redone. Yay. So, good morning. I'm here early. It's not even 9 AM. That's super early for me because if you know, I'm a night shift worker. I was yesterday at work until 6:30 AM. So this is pretty early for me to be awake. And this project is killing my mental sanity in several ways. But yeah, early bird, etc.
My idea here was simply to grind up hot weld and do it in the least abrasive way, but instead of taking quite a long time, just to get a one-off. Well, like I mentioned, I'm not if it won't go back. Luckily, Mika came a couple of minutes after me, so I wasn't seeing that many. Here I'm just separating, or at least trying to separate some of the good steel from the steel to be replaced. But my regular style, the battery is running really slow, even on the angle grinder.
There's the next weld.
Oh, and if you want to start your new year with a drinking game, take a sip.
Oh,
Every time I hurt
would be
myself.
surprised that that is hot.
That's the first one. and said that drilling is way smarter, which is true, because when we drill this spot weld out, there's a new hole that we can use to spot weld the new steel on. So if I would have been smart, I would have known that to drill spot welds out, but well, you will see over the course of this project that I don't know much. He got a lot more, he's teaching me a lot. Here I will try to find a way how to grind so that I wouldn't be throwing everything to Mika's face. This section is a lot of teamwork. I've got the crowbar, I'm trying to find this spot weld so Mika can drill them out. Because when the steel is as rusty as it is here, the spot welds just blend into the steel and they are pretty hard to see. And as we are grinding inside the truck, well, there isn't too much flammable, except that there is something next to the motor, oil lines, everything, so you might see that we are taking all the precautions, especially when we start welding. You can see the big fire extinguisher through the floor, and so we are trying to be as safe as humanly possible.
Saatko pidettyä tota?
And as you can see from my phone, it was just a hair over 10 AM at this point, so it took only a bit over an hour to get here from our starting. So all of the projects is out now, so we decided to grind the rust of the copper beam so that we could weld onto the clean material. We used weldable primer on these so that we weren't putting just, you know, clean steel on clean steel, because that would rust and we could have done pointless job. Yep, the primer is did it as properly as possible in order for this truck to last another 20 years, 40 years, maybe even 50 years, hopefully 50 years. Yeah. And somehow I forgot to film here or something, but we made the new floor steels, and by the way, these sparks are hot, they burn, they hurt. But yeah, I wasn't filming for some reason, I don't know why. Maybe I forgot, maybe I ran out of battery and didn't have a charger on me, but anyways, it was just plain steel cutting, nothing fancy to it. And here was this piece, just a flat piece with correct shape. Mika did this with heat solution, just cardboard sabloon, then draw the shape onto the steel and cut it with angle grinder. So that's easy way to make correct size and shape pieces. And welding here, well, this was a bit problematic because there was paint left on the good steel, so we had to the team. Mika was welding and I was on the other side with the air pistol, simply to blow out all the flames that would try to burn.
Joo, ei sieltä muu oot läpi näy.
I mentioned earlier about our safety precautions, here is one of them. That white thing, it was simply a normal household fire suppression blanket that we put on top of anything that could be flammable, like wires, or even stack, but they melt. And that didn't take too much. Yeah. We tried to protect things that needed protection. Here I'm making some kind of a key, probably for the small hole on the side of the floor.
Ja, sieltä yläkerrosta kiinni ja lähtee
now
lyömään
just a little
paikalle,
mark
jos melkein
for the
asettuu
correct
siihen.
length, because the width was already correct. So mark there, cut it with the grinder and weld it on. Easy peasy. This was another piece right in front of the previous one. It was quite big because the corner was right in there, so we needed to bend it. Luckily, we have this tool.
One more tiny.
So, yeah. And Mika is now removing last of the original sound insulation mat, simply so that he can weld right next to it. It would be kind of hard to weld through that. So, actually, it was the same piece I was doing previous, but it's the correct corner. That is easier to weld because welding through some systems isn't that easy. It's easier to clean straight and clean piece of metal. As anyone who has welded knows.
Oi ei. Tää vaihtaa johonkin köyhien malliin.
And here's the last piece. This was the bigger piece I thought I was making, but I wasn't. So Mika welded them all in, and well, it was me supervising this time because Mika is a lot better at welding than I am. I'm not sure how he has learned it all, but he's way better at it. And here he is teaching me how to weld. I was doing some of the back seams or something.
We need to do this. You can see the gaping hole.
This was one of the projects
No joo, täällähän
that
tulee
we
täydellinen,
were
kun ottaa täältä
aware
alhaalta tää linja.
that we need to do at some point. The floor was a surprise, but well, you know,
Eikä se niin
the
muuta
interior had already been taken apart at this point, so we thought that it is easiest to do it right now. So we don't need to assemble again and then disassemble, and now that we do this, then we don't need to do it anymore. I'm not quite sure sure what was our plan in the spring for getting here. We are planning on doing something differently, but then, well, I noticed that the floor is leaking and we are at this point because of the rain. Now we are so deep in this that we are going to fix all of the rust on the cap, and because after that there will be some bare steel, we need to paint it, and it would be kind of ugly if we just painted it with some, you know, black or something. So, you know, lots of changes to the appearance will be made pretty soon.
Yeah.
But yep, this is the
Joo.
side skirt or however you would call
So
it.
Mika was eager bending the metal. I was applying the phosphor acid, and yeah, this will be the new bottom plate.
This was one of the things I mentioned earlier. We were doing things by the weather. It was stupid windy at this point. Mika tried to use the blanket to cover himself from the wind, but we ended up installing the crane later that day because, well, we just couldn't weld in that rain. But luckily the weather turned around, I think later that day or the next day or something, so we could get into welding. This spot was pretty interesting because we needed the metal to touch the plate Mika made earlier, but it wanted to turn out. Luckily, we found the iron barn, and
Mattian!
I would have hurt my fingers if I tried to push that with fingers, because, you know, welding, the material gets hot, etc. So, yeah. And we couldn't use clamps at that point because there wasn't anything for the clamp to grab onto on the other side. Here's the corner going on, slowly but surely. Mika welds a tiny piece, I bend it. Mika welds more, I bend it more. Earlier, the steel, it had nice corner bend to it, so we decided to weld a flat piece onto the truck and then simply hammer it onto its correct shape. I'm sorry that I'm bad with the camera, and the field of view is sometimes a bit off, so you can see everything. I tried to edit most of that out, and I'm trying to improve on that later. Or later and later. Every time I'm filming, I'm trying to be more self-cautious about it. But as you can see here, the blade is bending nicely, taking the correct shape. And Mika has already welded the upper seam from the inside, so this side starts to be somewhat ready soon-ish.
Aside from that. Ai täällä oli pokkausta koko matkalta.
As I was making that last little corner piece, I didn't realize
Niin tää
that
saatanan pelti on jatkunut pohjaan asti.
of the
No voi vittu, enhän mä sitä
that
tajunnut.
shape that's on top of the welded spot.
No sen tekee erillisellä
It
palolla.
was going all the way down, so I didn't take that in consideration. So we have to make some new pieces. There you might be able to see it here.
Hello, sir. Do you have time to talk about your car's extended warranty? Hello.
So, this isn't that bad here. This is worse. We might have to replace some panel here. Or well, we have to. But it is what it is. This isn't the worst looking here either. Not great, not terrible. But these must be done within a couple of weeks. Or how, depends how long they have. Meanwhile, Mika has been doing some good progress here. Only this last corner anymore. And then that section is pretty much done too. Mika has opened up this side and it's pretty crusty. It was rotten roof. And this side, it doesn't look bad from here. But through the hole you can see and feel some rust. And looking from the inside, there's a tiny bit of rust.
Next tosta läpi.
Vasara.
No se on huijasteltu.
Wait a sec. What the fuck? So yeah, this side isn't that bad. So it's going on a acid drip and getting covered. So it'll be good.
And if you're wondering about the acid, it's just phosphoric acid. It somehow neutralizes the rust and stops it from spreading. So if there is some piece of steel that has some surface rust, we are just covering it with acid. And here I was wondering that if we would have wanted to do this properly, we would have needed to open up every single spot weld and treat every single panel and basically build the truck from the scratch again.
And
so yeah, that's not
starting
viable
to get
option.
late again, so we are wrapping up for the weekend. Here's the first side skirt, looks all good. The back wall, driver side, looks really good. Yeah, that's the rust. A lot has happened in one single day. He removed the fender cover, everything, and fixed this corner. Finishing it now. Open them because there's rust between the panel. Open that. Amount of rust dust that came up when I was drilling. This probably isn't fine. Oh! Ah! Yeah, it's not fine. This was looking almost fine, but you could see the panel bending up because there was rust jacking it up. It goes this way and facing like this, so yeah. Oh damn. I guess I need to remove that too.
Pitäisikö olla sivistyneen ihminen ollut leikkaa? Käsi!
According to the expert, yeah. This feels like a really bad Christmas.
Talking a lot here, so explanation what's happening. Mika came like day earlier than me. He removed his fender cover and started to fix the rust on the truck like I showed. And I took a look on this and realized that there is rust between every panel, so I disassembled the panel and started to go through the rust. and well, you know, I can chisel some of the rust out, so it was pretty bad. So Mika is working on the truck mostly, and I'm here just sanding this, and I'm, you know, making it ready to be welded again. I'm not sure if this was the day when Mika was doing the driver side of the gap, or if it was another weekend. Like I said, I'm trying to keep this topic by topic, and this section is about fixing this fender cover, and what has happened outside it, we may never know. And like I said earlier, we bought some weld-proof primer. So this is that. We are just spraying that primer on all of the pieces that we are going to weld. And let it dry a bit. Then second layer, like you would normally do with any kind of paint. One layer is never enough. Or well, might be sometimes, but usually it isn't. Anyway, we are primering these. Every single section that is going to be metal against metal. Rest of that doesn't matter right now because, well, we are just welding these together, and then we will sand them and paint with proper epoxy primer. So yeah, it doesn't matter if some of the outside spots isn't primered, it is no big deal at this point. I'm not sure at what point, but we decided to remove those step-up lights. Oh, and here's Mika at the same time welding the bottom of the floor. And well, it was kind of hard earlier because we just welded some of the seams of the floor, but now that the cap is jacked up, we can do the spot welding, and as Mika was smart enough to drill all of the spot welds out, there are holes in the original parts, and Mika can just go through the hole and weld the new floor to the frame. Or, well, not sure if you can call that frame, but anyways, you know what I mean. And he's also adding the reinforcements for the passenger seat brackets.
That's done. Everything here is done. I'll chip these. And the last one there. Right. One, two.
And well, this is the passenger seat bracket. I used a punch to mark the spots on the steel, but well, as they aren't that well visible, when we found the mark, we took a marker and circulated it so that we can see it after we got the drill. So every hole is marked. Now we need to just drill them, and later in the day make a thread to it so that the seat can screw onto it. And this is where the passenger seat is held on with 10 bolts, which is a lot. But anyways, that was it for that. And now we are removing some of the exterior parts of the truck. Or well, this truck didn't have much of them. pretty much only the sun visor, and there are the high beams.
So I broke my
That was
ratchet
the hole in the roof. So.
It would fit here, but I was removing a bolt too tight, so it kind of just said clonk, and now it isn't.
Here you can see how nice of a person Mika is. This is our nice man lift, aka tractor. He's lowering me down, and this section took forever, sped up to like 250%. And right as we got near the ground, well, yeah, Mika does Mika stuff. This is at normal speed, by the way.
Se on surullinen.
Yeah, thanks Mika.
Nonni. Menihän se kellon.
This was...
No. It's got some rust underneath.
And like you can see, this was the big hole in the roof. Well, like I showed the antenna, it also was loosely on and had started to rust and leak, etc. So we fixed it as well, and that was last of the rust fixes. Here I'm just cleaning up the surface that the fender cover is going to attach to. Mika wanted to paint some of the spots with some primer at this point, so I just cleaned a bit more, something that needed to be covered. So yeah, first base coat is all going on soon, and yeah, rust fixes are done pretty much completely now. Maybe some tiny things that is going to happen later in the video, but nothing major. The biggest ones are already done. Like you can see right above the light and blinker, Mika has fixed that and several other spots on these columns. If it feels like that we didn't get much done in the time frame we did, there is a simple reason. For example, here, these were correct size wrenches, but the bolt decided that it doesn't want to come off, so it just, well, the bolt broke and I had to grind it out. Here's another one. This came out nicely, but they were pretty rusty. And the bottom bolt, well, no chance for it to come out. I had to split the bolt, and then I could remove the bracket.
Ah, that was
And then same thing on that side.
Well, this side didn't actually need quite as much violence. It needed some, but not as much. And I have no idea why it is like that. Same bolts, same material, same lights, everything. And the other side is so much more
Hey,
stuck.
this looks like this could work.
And this was the driver side, yeah. And actually on the passenger side, the mounting bracket and the light, they both were more tight, so I don't know, that doesn't make sense to me. But, well. Anyway, I don't mind, this came out pretty easy. I'm happy with that. I don't always
Light number 2.
use as much violence as there.
There's a reason brackets aren't meant to be used for removing stuck bolts. I didn't believe those warnings and oh, it's broken. I'm surprised this came off. Oh yeah, these seals are all bad. New mirrors. I'll take care of them, remove all of the rust, prepare them for paint. I found some retro high beams. They need to be installed on the sun visor that Mika already sanded. And looks good to me, I guess. Well, no, it doesn't. Shut.
So,
One?
this mirror operation, it turned
There are specialty
into quite a
screws, so
lot
if
of
they are
work. So, there
stuck,
is
then we
a
have a
video
problem.
coming on them.
Like
I finished
all of the
uploading
dust
it like
gets
2 days
removed
ago.
automatically.
So, I will publish it somewhere near mid-January or end of January, because I didn't want to publish 2 videos like 2 days apart, so I didn't get to editing it earlier. And well, this was in May, but well, I finished the mirror project in December, so well, yeah, it was a long process and stuff happened, etc. But you'll see everything in a quick glance this video and in longer format in a couple of weeks. But yeah, thanks for patience.
Yeah. There we go. And now it's the moment that every
tool enjoyer is going to course me to bad places because that is stuck. And let's see.
So my goal was simply to disassemble these and then
Okay, not saying goodbyes yet.
clean up the metal
Feel way more
parts and
comfortable.
repaint them just to make them prettier. And the reason I wanted them was
So,
that they
I
had
need
the
to
dust covers
remake
that
this
our
whole
mirrors didn't have.
section. So
But, well,
it has to
at
be
this point I
done in
realized that
two
these weren't
parts.
any better than our original ones were, so I had to partially remake the other mirror. This is pretty caveman style, but what can you do when you don't have super nice tools? So just bend it over the pipe, cut the rotten part of the original, well, not the original, the second-hand mirror, and then weld it on, grind it nice. This is slightly off screen, but this pipe was pretty much perfect fit to the curve that was on the old part. And Mika's friend was visiting, so I didn't feel like filming too much. I'm pretty shy with the camera, so if there is someone visiting, I don't like filming. So yeah, I removed the rusty part and partially used the part that came with the mirror because it had the locking parts for the, you know, when you turn the mirror over off the way. So yeah, here is the finished project. The bottom is old, the
and well, the
sides are new.
inside looks bad. Don't mind it. But compared to the original on the other one, I would say it doesn't even look bad. But oh, it's a bit thinner. Okay, that's fine. Or maybe I could.
All the mirror project took a little time out on that time because, well, I got the bracket base or however you would call it, I got it done, so that was ready to be sanded and painted. And here's another piece of the truck that wasn't even as near to be ready. So this is the fender from the passenger side, and as you saw on the picture, the timeline is all messed up because the fender cover, the metal one that was already taken apart, is still on the truck, and there was the crane stand, meaning the crane wasn't installed yet. So like I said, we've done the small things all over when there was 30 minutes excess and not anything else to do. We fiberglass the fender, and when there was another 30 minutes or so, we sanded it and prepared. You know, it wasn't always so easy to do one thing from start to finish at once, especially with something like this, because the fiberglass needs to dry up before it can be sanded. And well, this was the inside corner that had broken, so it isn't that important to be beautiful, so it was just a rough cut and rough sand so that it would be somewhat original, but no one will ever see this section of the fender. Oh well, you know, saying that way, you know, if one flips the cap over or something, you can see this section, or if you go into wheel well to check it, you will see it. But well, this will be painted later in the spring, so this isn't shown that well that it's fixed. And with good sanding, you know, good sanding makes a big difference.
There, a bit of pattern Bondo and no one will ever know.
Yep, exactly.
So.
Good pressure washer to clean off the parts first. But unfortunately we do not have. I also wish that we had a small sandblasting cabinet.
So yeah, I had done a semi-rough finish on them. Mika re-fiberglassed the part when I was doing the fender cover or the mirrors, and yeah, more fiberglass, some Bondo to smoothen out the shape, and here's the front corner. It had a small crack on it, so we had to plastic weld it, and soon it got some sanding done, and no one will ever know that this was done.
That fender is looking really good, jig piece is looking really good.
And this is the passenger seat bracket that had been swimming in the moisture and rust, and I can tell you that this wasn't nice. It was throwing rust all over, and really annoying shape to try to sand with any kind of, you know, angle grinder or anything, because, well, there isn't that many flat spots on it.
That's looking way less bad. I just need to go with that wire wheel and then get the small grinder from Mika.
And here is the first primer to go on the truck. You saw me fix this one, so now it's primered completely. The fender, the cheeks. I think the cheeks got some fiberglass stuff done to them, or at least some Bondo or something, I'm not sure. Mika did some of the work, or well, he did most of the work on them, so I'm not sure what he did. You can see the cover plate there that we used to cover the step light, because I felt, and Mika felt as well, that it was pointless and it was just easy to pick it and break it, so we covered it, and yeah, no more step light. Looks like Mika was having some pressures with the paint gun. He got the water separator there, and now he got some kind of a pressure regulator, and that's pretty big setup there. But luckily this isn't a tight space, so he can work around with it. And there was the fiberglass corner, and after this layer of paint you can't see it. It will just disappear, because it, well, you know, now it's transparent and soon it isn't. Yep, There it is. It is gone. It is underneath the paint. No one will ever know. Unless they had watched this video. And here Mika is painting the parts that we fixed. All of the welds and bare steel that's outside the truck because, well, you know, bare steel and moisture, it isn't a good mix, so if this wasn't covered ASAP, it would start to rust again. So yeah, that's the one of the spots he fixed, and here's more. As you can see, there's quite a lot of them, and yeah. Tiny bit of sanding to roughen the surface so the paint will bond well.
Niin. Sit takaa.
If you are wondering about the driver door, why it has such weird marks, it's because, well, the door was completely dented. And we were wondering if we would replace the whole door or just fix it. And we went with So, yeah. And funny thing, the mirrors, they were welded onto the door, so something had happened. Here's the other side of the parts. The first side that got painted, it has already dried up a bit, so that this can be turned and primered. And this, I don't think this is the final primer layer. This was just for the parts that got sanded, so that they don't rust. They will be re-primered later, I think.
So, right now, it's a Friday morning. Mika said that he came here on Tuesday, and he's been going on like crazy. He has removed the doors, the sunroof. He has started straightening the roof, the small indent in it. There was the hole that I punched when I tried to straighten this. So he has patched that one. Not sure if he has patched anything else yet. The driver side door is off too, and he's been just sanding like crazy. Dad is going to a store, getting some suction cups, and the windshield is coming off today. The mask has to come off, and today there is sanding, some more sanding, and a lot more sand. Driver door looks to be primered, bondoed, and he fixed the dent on that, probably welded the hinges.
And to give some context on our timeline, the previous clips where we were painting, they were shot on April 6th on a Sunday. And this has been filmed on April 18th, Friday. And well, we had a truck show, Retro Trucks Lahdessa, to attend, and it was held on May 2nd, on a Saturday. So we literally had 2 weeks to get the truck show ready. So we were doing long days. A lot of long days, sanding, painting, making finishes. Of course we didn't get everything completely finished, but you know, show ready. And this Friday was a funny day. When I got there, Mika had started, like mentioned, but he also said that yeah, we are going to primer the cap tonight. Because it was going to rain the next day, so we had to get it primered on that same Friday. So yeah, it was a long day. Lots of sanding. Nothing else than sanding. Here I was having some problems with the little grinder. The compressor for some reason was condensating a lot, like a lot. That dust, it's all water coming from the compressor, so yeah, it's just spraying water all over. Our compressor is so small that when it gets worked even a little, it starts to condensate a lot of water, and yeah, then it causes that. And you know, painting is kinda interesting with that, if it starts to blow air into the paint, and you know, yeah. Even though if we drain the tank, it takes hour or so to start condensating again, so it's suboptimal.
I brought myself better ladders here. Ladders. Better ladders. Not letters. So it's what? 15 to 11. We did a surprising find. Rust. So, more welding. Once again.
And like said, we were going to paint that same night, so finding more rust wasn't fun at all. Anyway, it is what it is with these old trucks and cars in general. They get rusty, and you can find rust from unexpected places. Anyway, this was Mika and I sanding,
and now
because
follows
that was still in the shop and we couldn't remove the
Dad is cleaning the windshield.
piece of metal that was underneath the windshield.
Yeah. This might get interesting. Hopefully not.
So this windshield was held only by a gasket. It wasn't glued on, so that's why we were able to remove it ourselves. But unfortunately that was unpatient and
Wow, the glass is out.
tried to remove it
A bit
with
rusty.
screwdriver.
I've seen worse.
Well,
But
well, yeah.
yeah, damn.
not a success.
You can see Mika welding on the roof. He was finishing the last holes on the roof from the CB antenna, etc. And I was trying to make some space for him to remove the rotten plate from the front underneath the windshield by removing some of the dashboard so that it wouldn't melt, but I wasn't too successful on that. And well, he got to cutting, removed that, and meanwhile I was just sanding the roof, trying to get it prepped for the paint, because well, one people can weld at once, so I was trying to be useful. Took a nice selfie. That's
As
the
with everything on this project,
picture on my channel.
Mika was meant to only replace the outer sheet, but the inner one looked so bad that we need to do both of them. So yeah, the roof is starting to look better. I need to finish it, and yeah, it looks so weird right now. That has been done. Mika is finishing that corner.
And as if it wouldn't have been enough that there was rust underneath the windshield, there was also a literal hole on the top corner of the windshield, so that had to be fixed on the same time as the windshield was off and before painting. So that got done. Looks like it was pretty windy because Mika was covering the welder with his hand and head and everything. Doesn't look fun to do, but what can you do, you know?
Oh, old knees can't take that. We're cleaning up everything, getting ready to spray the primer. So that was basic brake clean, and now is the silicone remover.
Working with Mika is pretty fun because, well, you know, we both have our jobs. I was sanding the roof while he fixed the rust, and now that I'm cleaning it, you can see that he's covering up the dashboard with some protective plastic so that it wouldn't get oversprayed too much. So there he is. And this is just teamwork. I'm doing one thing, he's doing one thing, and yeah, otherwise this wouldn't be possible if we always were like, you know, neither of us would know what we are doing. He's usually doing the harder things like the metal work and welding or the painting. So yeah, I'm doing the easier jobs because he simply is better at these things. I wouldn't be able to paint the truck, or actually I wouldn't dare to try because I would somehow mess it up, so yeah, it's better that he does some of the things. I like to learn, like the welding. I've learned so much this year because I've been able to try it on some of the spots that aren't that important to be pretty. Like some of these metal seams, they are important to be pretty, but welding the crane stand, etc., those welds don't need to be pretty. Well, Mika mostly welded it, I think. I was doing something, I can't remember. But you know, I have been welding more this year than I have in the previous 10 years together. Oh, time to paint. Looks like it. And again, so lots, this was Friday 18th, then we started to paint. I'm not sure how we made it, but we somehow made it. It was a surprise for us that we got the windshield off, we got everything prepped, we got the rust fixes that we weren't expecting, and somehow we still got to painting or primering the truck. It was a long day. I think we started at... Actually, I need to check the timestamps on the videos and see how long it took us to get there. And looking at timestamps on the videos, looks like we started around 9 AM and this last time lapse was taken at 8:55 PM, so yeah, that was a 12-hour day for two of us, and Dad helping out a bit. Well, he was mainly for the removal of the windshield. But anyways, 2 persons, 12 hours per person, that's 24 hours of working, so yeah, a lot can be done in that time. And as you can see, it already got dark.
Them to be painted, and when the weather is good, lots of painting. The cab, well, I will show it better when the plastic is off, but it...
Here's the driver's side, fender cover and fender. We are cleaning them up. This was really oily and the fender is covered in tar or bitumen or something, not sure, but it was quite a lot of job to remove it. And as you saw, the weather wasn't nice this day. We painted the previous day and today it was raining like it was forecasted. And these parts here, they are for the mirrors.
They are looking usable. The mirrors need to be assembled and, well, sanded, painted and then assembled. And gotta figure out this small stuff. The other one is fine. This one needs a drilling, tapping and a new thread. Okei, me työnnetään tää tonne päin, niin mehän saadaan kiepautettua se tuohon.
This is Mika and I trying to prepare our paint booth, which is our grandma's garage. Well, she won't be parking there this summer because we took it for our painting purposes. So easy dry spot for, yeah, you know. And here is the driver's side. fender cover or whatever you would call it. I'm covering up the hole where the light would have been, but like I said, we removed them. You can see where the steps would mount, and if you didn't take your feet far away from the light, you could kick it, and that had happened on the both sides of the truck. Both of the lights were broken, and we would have needed to source new lights for them. So we decided that this was easier way. You know, we don't need the step lights, and if we do, we will make some better system for it. And as with any welding, the seam has to be long and rigid so that it will never come off. I have no idea why I welded it from the both sides. Maybe just to get some training, or well, you know, I didn't know enough welding to tell when I have welded enough. And here it's just cleaning it up. It will get primered, bondoed, and painted, and no one will ever know that the light used to be there. And this was the base coat for the passenger door. I got a hold of the spray gun and tried to paint it. Maybe not the worst result, probably nowhere near the best. Maybe it was feasible, I'm not sure. We might have oversprayed it once again. Anyways, I tried painting. It's hard. Trying to paint a straight line, that's super hard. You know, well, you gotta try everything you can try. And here I'm going to make a mistake. This isn't the smart thing. I think it was the passenger door that had the glass still inside. Yeah, it was passenger side that had the glass in, driver side had the glass removed. So I basically painted some of the window, and well, cleaning up the paint wasn't fun. We got it off later in the year, but it wasn't fun, I can tell you that. We were speaking of sandblasting, and Dad remembered that he had this tiny sandblasting pistol, and I tried it on the passenger seat bracket, and found that it's actually pretty useful because the shape is so annoying, like mentioned earlier, that it actually did something and got rid of most of the rust. It cleaned up really nicely, but all the sand wasn't the smallest grain, and yeah, well, you know, there were some hiccups, but it could have been way worse result. And what I mentioned about our compressor is that it likes to condensate and sand and water don't mix. By the way, you can see that's rusty front there. It gets rid of it really nicely. But yeah, the sand and water don't mix well, so it turned into sandy base and didn't do its job properly, but what can you do? And more painting. This is the driver's side, and after all we didn't have to take it apart, simply because it was so oily on the outside for some reason. Not sure what had happened, but there was so much oil that the salt and everything didn't get onto the steel and between the panels, so it hadn't rusted out, so nice, I guess. But anyways, it was way easier because we just sanded it, covered the light hole and painted it. Even for once something got done easily. And as you can see, there is still some space left, but not much. Mica primer, the seat bracket, the doors are done, now the both fender covers, and the garage is getting pretty full of parts, but like I said, it is pretty much the only dry spots we would have that would be covered from the wind, dust and rain if there was any, so we didn't have any options but to use the garage, even though it's this small. You know, it's serious business when you have to look over a glass like that.
So, the goodies have arrived. These will all be mounted on the roof. The sign, it has a light inside it, and it will be taped to our name. And the spoiler, it will be, I need to figure out the perfect spot for it so that the train horns and everything can go past it. But it will also be painted red.
No one mentioned red. Did someone? Well, anyways, that was the color reveal. It would have been shown anyway soon. The truck will be red, and you will see that on the thumbnail as well. Here I was removing the paint from the boiler so that we could paint it, but you wouldn't believe how much paint there was. There was at least 5 layers, like I'm going to show soon. And yeah, all of the colors coming from underneath it. When I was pressure washing this, I thought this would be a no big deal to clean up because the pressure washer got rid of some of the paint, but it was actually a way bigger deal. The normal sanding disc on a sander wasn't working, and I was losing my mental sanity trying to get through the paint. This is a perfect demonstration on how many times the spoiler has been painted. It was dark red on top, red underneath it, underneath red there was some brighter blue, and under that there was white, which could have been the base color of the, I think that's fiberglass or something. But anyways, there was at least 3 different colors on it, and yeah, a lot of paint to remove. And as you can see, it's pretty dusty job. And I'm stupid, I wasn't wearing a respirator or any kind of a breathing protection, so I was breathing all that dust. You can see it's on my beard and everything. I would always advise to use some respirators or something to protect your lungs. This wasn't smart of me, especially in an enclosed room where there was no proper air removal, so everything was just laying in the air, and yeah, not smart at all.
Couple of
Yeah, not smart. As you can see, the dust was coming from my beard as I coughed, but yeah, not smart at all. This is way better idea. This isn't a proper respirator, but you know, at least it's something. Or actually it has some air hose to it, and Mika had the welding air pump or something. You have seen the yellow belt on Mika that has the pump to bring pressure into his welding mask, so I think I was using that setup with this clear mask. But anyways, protect your lungs, don't be stupid like me, don't breathe in dust. This was surprisingly time consuming, as the spoiler had so many shapes. It had lots of flat spots, yeah, surely, but also the indents and the corners, and I was surprised how long it took to get that prepared for the painting. And well, yeah, I somewhat messed up tiny bit. The cutting disc, it ate so much of the paint and the plastic fiberglass, whatever that is made of, that, well, you know, there were a couple of grooves on the spoiler after I finished. So, yeah, nothing I could do at that point anymore. I messed up. They are somewhat visible if you watch the truck from the correct position, but nothing major.
I would say it cleaned up pretty well. Granted, it took me like 2 hours. So, yeah. Time for a fresh paint.
part, which is I think pretty much the last big piece to be taken care of, is the front grille mask, however you would call it. Here we are stripping it, taking off the support braces, the gas springs, all the mounting things that mounted to the truck, and yeah. When we get those off, we can remove all of the logos, etc., so that we can sand and paint it just like every other piece on the truck. I think my side is ready, and now I'm just waiting for Mika to finish his, so that we can remove these pieces from here.
Well. We saw that here we failed miserably. And the problem is that there was some of the acid left, and looks like the paint we used doesn't like acid at all. Because this was completely clean panel. I would say it's looking pretty damn clean. But anywhere we used the acid to control the rust. The paint job is awful. So this needs to be completely cleaned and painted again. Actually the whole front section. And same here. This side looking good. The back wall completely fine. A tiny bit too thin. So this isn't looking good. And the problem is that there were tiny rust spots underneath that I couldn't get rid of with the that needs new quicksand and new color, new layer of paint. The door looking fine, that's looking fine. So yeah, many parts are looking.
And here's the sandblast pistol back in action. We decided to try and use it on these tight crevices, etc., where it would be kind of impossible to get with some grinding wheel or sandpaper, and it seemed to do its job well. No, there are some problems, like always, the intake hose getting clogged and things like that, but at least we got something done. And it, as you can see, it's getting rid of the primer paint and going through it that way, removing the phosphoric acid, and yeah, it's working. Here you can see it's all the way down to the bare metal. We can use it to clean up the welding seams, etc., that have got a tiny bit of moisture inside them. but the minus side is the massive cleanup project.
So the roof is somewhat blasted. Some of these aren't that big deal, but the worst ones are off. It's a bit patchy, yeah, but those are the worst spots. I think one of the problems was that the paint was way too thin, because Mika was like, this paint...
I was trying to say that the paint layer was too thin.
That's looking
Not
pretty
the
good,
paint
that's fine.
itself.
It's wobbly.
But here
Not tight yet.
I'm
That'll fit.
quickly test
That'll
fitting
fit.
the train
And there will
horns.
be a rubber gasket underneath it.
They
My phone is
are
in the
easiest to drill now before the whole cap is painted. So yeah, the horns will fit.
And the thread.
And here is all in or nothing. New paint layer, the primer, and if this layer fails, I don't think we have enough time for the show, or before the show, to redo it for the third time, or actually redo it for the second time, and maybe for the third time, because the paint has to dry, etc. So yeah, here is the all in or nothing try. And of course we painted every single panel completely, so meaning the side walls, back wall, etc. Everything, so there is thicker layer of paint. We aren't done with one, but showing those isn't that, well, social media friendly, because simply you can't see anything because the new layer of paint is only a tiny bit better than the previous paint, so you can see the difference, and that's why I have edited it this way, showing painting only the parts that we needed to send out back to the metal. And yeah, and as you can see, the passenger floor, it was quickly painted over so that it isn't bare metal either. It will be treated properly later in the year. And as the top side of the spoiler had dried up, the bottom side could be painted because the spoiler could have been turned around. And yeah, it was like the next day or something, I don't remember, but this isn't a top priority for painting. And here looks to be masked. It's getting its first primer, and like I say, it was probably the last of the big parts to be painted, so we are doing pretty well at this point.
stopping good looking. What's happening now is that pretty much every single panel has been base coated. Mika already mixed up the black paint, the visor, the mask.
And back to my mirror project. This is the, I don't know how to call it in English, but the part that's the holding the mirror in the air and connecting it to the truck. I probably remember the word in 15 minutes, but then I forget to remake this section, so whatever. And finished word would be Bailin Sanka. But yeah. Anyways, I'm going through them with the wire wheel in order to get rid of the old paint and make a semi-rough finish to the metal so that it can be painted as well of days, because there is 2 of them. But yeah, Mika is preparing to paint or getting prepared to paint. And yeah, like I said, English isn't my native language, so my spoken English isn't that good. Pronunciation sucks, grammar sucks when I need to think fast. When I get right, I'm good at English. So yeah, sorry for that. And if you have bared with me this far, thank you so much. But yeah, I'm trying to learn to speak English better. Anyways, that was the mirrors, and this is the top color that will be on most of the parts. Only the selected parts will be black and rest will be red, because red goes fast. Oh, and on the theme of apologizing, the microphone I'm using is my headphones microphone, which isn't good, so sorry that the sound quality is bad. I don't have a better microphone, and I'm not going to buy a better microphone simply for this one video. So yeah, sound quality on the voiceover sucks, but I'm sorry for that. And as you can see, the paint booth is getting some proper usage. The fender covers are getting painted right now. The cheek pieces were done already as the first test piece because they are somewhat covered. Well, actually inside of this fender cover could have been the best test piece because it's not seen. Not even if you tilt the cap, well, then it's slightly seen. Yeah, both of the fender covers are to be done. Mika said that all of the parts that he painted, he hated the mask most because, well, if you look at it, it has so many different shapes. Some of the shapes you need to, mainly the stripes I'm speaking of, you need to paint directly from the front, but then you need to paint from the upside, as seen a few seconds ago, and from down, like there was, and now from the up, and then you turn into head first, and then from down, and from the side, and every direction. Mika said that this wasn't fun at all. And as seen here, there were a couple of dry stripes because he had missed them. There seems to be one on the right bottom corner, right above where the headlamp would be. So yeah, this was not an easy piece to paint. But anyway, it will get second coat. We decided to play it safe and use a stencil to paint the hardest corners and tightest places, because using the paint gun it might not penetrate all the way down. So using a stencil you can get a 100% penetration for sure. So yeah. And when I'm done with those, Mika will cover rest of the panels.
Onpahan kirkkaan punainen.
And here rest of the cap is starting to get its final color. Well, final. This is the first layer, and I can't remember on top of my head how many layers we did. It was pretty many. This one, then second one, and when that was dry enough, we will start disassembling the truck to spray it once more in order to have even color on all of the panels, because when the doors are off, if there's even a tiny bit of mixing error in the paint, it will cause that the paint might be different color on the truck than it is on the door. So we are going to spray one overspray so that all of the panels will have even color. So yeah. But this is the shade of the red that the truck will be in the future. But disclaimer, the color changed quite a lot when it dried. But it is what it is. And like said, assembly begins. This is the driver door, which had the glass taken out of it so that the door could be welded. If someone doesn't know, welding sparks on a glass, well, that's not nice. They leave nasty sparks into the glass, so yeah. But yeah, the assembly starts now. Installing this window lift, it wasn't fun at all. And we started to do it the wrong way. So yeah, but the door is going on, and looking at the timestamp, this is April 24th, so week since we started the project with full steam.
Terve Reun.
And if you haven't seen this dude, he isn't just a random middle-aged man. He is our neighbor who happens to own a local car paint shop and body workshop, so he might know a thing or two about painting. He came to give us some tips and to supervise the last layer. And as you can see, the doors are on, the fenders are on, the fender covers are on, and cheek pieces are on. Most of the parts are on, except for the windshield and mask. So the neighbor came to supervise this process, because everything will get its final layer now. And this is the most critical layer.
Älä niihin, jos sä vedät vielä siihen toisen kerroksen. Niin. Ja tässä, kato, just tolleen kautta. Mut älä nojaa siihen lokariin.
And here he was giving tips, but Mika had a small oopsie, and his elbow hit the fender, which was wet. So the neighbor, he was able to save it because he knew exactly what he is doing, and why he is doing something he is doing. So that was the Mika's elbow print removed from the paint. And Mika was here saying that yeah, no biggie. Dad will drive over some tree and ruin the paint in 2 weeks, but joke's on you, it was me, I ruined the paint, and it took only 1 week. If you want to see a video of me ruining the paint, there is one on the channel, where I retrieved a tractor for Konsta, a friend of mine. Earlier I mentioned that there is a video of us lifting a tractor with the Koma crane. It's the same tractor. He bought a truck for himself, actually third one, so he came over here. He doesn't have interchangeable beds on it, so we had to lift it on for him.
Just tolleen sen näkee, kato tästä sivusta, niin sen näkee kuinka se leviää se sumu.
Everything is painted now. The mask done, looking great. Trying out the cap, looking awesome. Taking in consideration that this is our first time painting any car, and not too many bugs, not too much dust. There is some bugs. Nothing we can do now. It needs a good polish later in the summer, but otherwise looking really good. He also happens to be our neighbor, so he just came here to supervise the last paint layer. He also brought us a better old school painting gun, because ours is pretty bad. And I would say that being made in West Germany, it is indeed pretty old school. But yeah, our paint gun is pretty bad, so that made a difference, and the paint was really thin this time, so it's looking really good. Of course you can see all the dents in the panels right now. There's one, there's one, but you know, this is after all a work truck, so we aren't going to make it absolute show quality, because it's impossible to do outside. So that's more than good for us. Necessary purchase.
Oh! Nice. Mika! This will mount somewhere here. And this will have a... So, taken with the foam pads.
Those lights, they are front A-frame torpedo lights, so they will have a parking light, both white and amber, is reachable, and they also will have a strobe. So they are kind of, you know, pointless for us, but I wanted them, so I bought them. I used the foam pad as a subloom to mark where I need to drill. 2 mounting screw holes and bunhole for the wire, so they will be mounted on the spoiler and they will look great. So that's that.
We thought that the spoiler would look kinda boring if it was all red. So, time to unbox it. Come on. Come on. Come on. It's coming off even completely.
As the light sign or the spoiler, neither of them came with any mounting hardware, so we need to make our own hardware. So basically I'm building a cage on the roof that will mount both of them, and here I am just measuring that and just, well, this will be pretty much free-handed gauge. We've got an idea what we want to do. There were 6 threads on the roof, which will be used as the mounting spots.
The sunroof will be about here. Now I will weld this.
And in traditional our way, we just used any scrap material that we found. The C profiles, they were, I think, some kind of a electrical cabinet mounting racks or something, and then just some random 20 by 20 mil
right around here.
RHS.
I need to turn around these corners so that they can be bolted on. And that has...
So Mika came over to help me. He made this bracket that will mount some of the stuff that will be hidden there, and he also made the mounting spots for the spoiler. This spoiler won't be adjustable, it will be a
113.
fixed height.
Pulttien reijät on 108.
He's making the brackets for it, and also the mounting spots to the front. What I have in the front of the cage, it's the, well, that's the only mounting hardware that came with the light sign. And here's a couple of boxes of goodies.
Lights.
I've got the lights. And rear view camera.
Reverse
that will be needed. And this box, this is the train horns that actually were already tri-fitted. This is a older video clip.
Shiny. Oh no. And the lights.
I wanted some beautiful. Very nice, small, very great. Nice. Nice, nice, nice.
And I don't think we could have found any lazier way to mount the light sign. This C-channel, it was over the edge of the pipe so that we drilled and tap a hole to it, and that'll hold it.
Light hole.
And yeah, here are the lights. I wanted some with dark lenses,
This will
so
it here just to
they
shine
will
light
be pretty
correctly.
neat looking. Not so
And
easily
this will
seen
be
when they are
somewhere
off.
here. More wider.
I don't like, you know, lights
Showing
that jump on
light
your
around.
face. I like hidden light installations. And this is me simply just cleaning up the cage. The pipes they were found somewhere pretty rusty, so I need to clean them so that it can be painted.
Is mixing the black paint, hopefully the last jar in a long while.
So, here is a big assortment of pieces, the mirror covers, mirror mounting hardware, etc., the corner pieces, door handle, sun visor, the roof rack, the air cleaner box, etc., etc. So lots of small pieces that we are waiting on their turn. And as Mika was painting busy with this, I went to the bigger city nearby. We had an order, we bought brand new windshield, so I went ahead and got it so that we would get to installing it, because like said and shown, the previous windshield broke.
This is a big day. We got the new windshield yesterday. It survived the trip. And now we are putting on the gasket. Dad is setting up the tractor so that
Funny thing, when I went ahead to get the glass, it was packed on its own, or well, on the aero pallets with soft sticks that had several classes, so there was no cardboard box or anything to it, so it was kinda interesting to protect. It was only 15 kilometers, but you know, still non well, we found one cardboard box that somehow fit it, not completely, so it was maybe the most nerve-wracking trip I've ever taken, especially as it was on a trailer and the trailer was empty, so it was jumping all over.
Yeah.
And at this point we were struggling with the gasket and realized that it was 180 degrees upside down, so that's why it didn't fit well.
Jatkas siitä. Pidän sen tästä asti.
And now that we were installing the gasket the correct way, it was somehow way easier. All of the corners matched correctly and weren't stretched to weird shapes or anything, so yeah. Better check that in the future if we ever need to install a windshield like this, that we set the gasket the correct way. But yeah, that would have been too smart to check in advance. But anyways, it's going on pretty nicely, almost done already. And here we are putting an electric wire to the groove that would be the steel plate from the truck, so that when we install the windshield we can pull the wire out and it should turn the gasket over the plate, and then the wire just comes out and the window falls into its place perfectly. Well, that's how it should go, but you know, let's see how it happens in practice.
Joo.
Varmuuden vuoksi.
Meidän pitää laskea 300 täältä alas.
Tarviiks meidän saada senttejä apparin puolelle päin?
Se on aika lähellä.
Mä pikkusen nostan tätä kulmaa, että se lähtisi tippumaan sieltä.
Se ei oo täältä vielä yhtäks sisään. Täytyy nostaa. No niin. Tossa on meissä, jos sulla tulee. Se on tää tippumaan täältä.
Nyt näyttää hyvältä.
And in theory this is a pretty straightforward process, but the gasket has to be on the outside, like I'm turning it here, and then it has to drop into the groove correctly. So yeah, it has to be correctly in many places, but luckily there's several of us. One is inside and two is outside. We are holding the glass with Dad, Mika is turning the gasket, pulling the wire, etc.
Onko se
So,
ei oo kohdallaan tuolla? Ei saatana.
Ja mä sanoin.
No ei tolta välillä se ei paikalla.
Tuo näyttää väärältä.
Se näyttää vielä, kun tuossa kääntää sen nyt toi.
Mitä siellä tapahtuu?
Hyppäs toi. Se on... Niin no periaatteessa tossa kun
Niin.
vetäis ton huuloksen auki ja laskis sinne paippua väliin, niin se saattais auttaa.
And I'm sorry for being lazy and not adding
Hello.
subtitles
Pitäisikö
here.
vetää täältä yläpuolelta tänne
If
tiivisteen
you want
väliin
to
vielä vähän
see a
saippua?
subtitled version, the original videos, the long forms for each topic, they have subtitles on all of them since the first one, I think. At least almost from the first one. But yeah, I've added them to those. This project has taken so many days at this point that I simply can't be bothered to do it at this point, because I'm really happy if this video gets like 3,000 views. So I'm spending quite a lot of hours editing just for that little views. So yeah, sorry for not adding subtitles, but I'm lazy.
Oot sä just siinä sauman kohdalla? Ei kun oot ohi jo.
And at this point we are just trying to wiggle the glass. If it's, you know, bit off from somewhere, it might just move to correct position. And we are pushing it in and pulling and, you know, everything to seat it properly. So yeah, that's... Mika has the wire out and yeah, it's pretty much completely in its place already. And now it's time to start the tuning process. As you can see, this is the sun visor. Mika reused the old light mounting holes and made a little light bracket that will hold the 4 Hella Comet 550s that I bought. So yeah, they fit there pretty well. But to be honest, in the future I might replace them. I just don't have the budget. I would love to buy 4 of the Strands Auge Rex lights, but they are a bit over 300 euros a piece, so dropping 1200 euros to high beams isn't high on my priority list at the moment. But yeah, I might change the lights. Anyway, here it is going on. This is a pretty easy process as nothing structural was changed. So all of the mounting holes, they are the same ones that were used before painting the truck. And yeah, it's just bolted back on. It was taken off to be painted and yeah, it is what it is. Lots of parts got that same treatment. Just came out, painted, back on. Some got some more attention, like the doors, the dents were fixed on them. And yeah.
Yep.
Luckily this truck was pretty bare bones as we bought it. Or well, actually, I bought the truck. I didn't ask anyone, I just I bought it.
For this one.
And I
Makes
forced
sense.
Mika and Dad to do some work on it. Oh.
70? Yep, it's getting tight. I have to admit that we made a...
Well, I can't remember what kind of a crime I was going to admit. It might be on the full-length video, might not. Well, I don't know. Maybe maybe not. So yeah, here we decided that we would glue the glasses on so they wouldn't be held only by the gasket that's old and not so flexible. So by gluing these, they will be held in for sure and can't rattle. But I have to admit, this was a huge mistake at this point. But, well, you'll see soon why.
Tähän se piiloo vaan. Se oikea puoli.
So, this is the problem. I remember drilling the holes for the screws and making a M3 thread for them. But the screws ended up being like M3.5 because they weren't M4 either. So we could look at the glasses on. We could have used the rivet nuts at that point, but the glass was already glued in, so it was too late to take it out.
And the thing is that this is the easier side, because the brackets are original, but on the other side.
So what I was saying was that the other side there I remade the lower bracket by myself. So if my freehanding skills aren't good enough, it might be off and might not sit well. And well, on the driver side, the original mirror was welded on, so it's also 50-60 if we measure the spot correctly and if the screw holes line up. And if you take a close look, there's 3 holes because at least one measurement was off, and yeah, somehow the hole got misaligned.
You get what you get. If we had taken this to a professional painter and it came out like this, then there would be a problem, but well, I still need to put the end caps on. Well, that's a small thing to do. If I would have been smart, I would have done that on the ground. No. I'm afraid I'm losing the thread. That's strong. That's not strong. Oof. So when it goes to lock, it goes like that. Yeah. Oh. It's inside. And this is 13, of course, and I only have 10.
So at this point I'm making a mounting hardware for the roof cage to hold this boiler, etc. So I'm going to cut 6 equal length pieces of threaded rod. I think it was like M10 or M12. 6 because there is 6 threaded holes on the roof. And on top of these I'm going to add some of the rubber I used for the mud flaps. Punch a hole on them and then just push them through the threaded rod. Simply because it'll make it more watertight. And underneath the rubber there will also be a seam sealer to make it completely watertight. I was afraid using just the washer against the roof, so that way it should be. And doing it this way, I can thread the rod in, then tighten the nut, washer, etc. And after that we can lower the roof, the cage onto the threaded rods and bolt it from the upside. So that's the reason for the way I'm doing it. Here you can see all 6 are mounted somehow, and now I'm just seam sealing it, and then I can tighten the nuts and the rods can stay on the roof. They never need to come off unless we want to remove everything from the roof, but I don't see a reason for it.
What now? That's not coming off. How deep can it go? There we go. Oh no.
And if you missed what happened, for somehow the spray, how do you call that? Well, the handle broke on it. The solid handle that doesn't even move. So that was kind of weird. I wasn't even pushing that hard or pulling or however you wanna say you use it, but yeah, it just snapped. That was weird.
Okay.
Taas reikää.
No se oikein.
And my measurement skills, they aren't that good. These middle holes were centimeter off, but these back ones, they were a lot off.
Tää reikä on nyt liian takana.
Joo.
Nouseeko?
And this is why I wanted the spoiler and the mounting for it. This will be the reverse camera in the middle, and on the sides those are 20-watt lights. And as you can see, like I already said earlier, I wanted something with the dark lens. They blend in really nicely with the mounting hardware and you can barely see them. These 20 watters, they will shine light directly to the bed, so if you are using crane or something, you can see what you're doing.
I don't want to do that, that would be a shitty drill. Oops. Neighbor coming up. And here's the next set of lights. They will be mounted even high. Well, higher and higher, but differently.
So these are the 40 watters, and well, they will be pointing outwards. In this installation
Actually,
clip,
I think I need to
doesn't
remove
fit
a
well.
has
We
been
fix
cut
that later, and
to a
yeah.
length of under 40 centimeters, which
I
is
was
like
speaking about the torpedo
a bit under a
settings.
foot and a half. That the
So-
warranty is gone.
Yeah, here.
So the wires must be over 40 centimeters in order to keep the warranty. I don't think that is going to be a problem because I'm not planning on cutting the wires. As with everything we do, I'm sure that some electrical worker will look at all this in disgust. So setup will be here. So that's for the 40 watters. I think I'm here. Centimeter or too narrow. I'm not surprised at all.
And the timestamp, this has been filmed on May 1st at 5 PM. So this is literally
Good enough.
1 day before the trucking show. So it's
I
a
think I
time
would
crunch.
need the washers, but I like to use them. That's on.
And that's the horns going on. Or actually, I'm not sure if the show was the third day. It might have been, but yeah, like, yeah, almost the day before or the day before that. We are pretty low on time, but the progress has been good so far.
And it's on.
Bolts at some point, because these are pretty long as is. And I don't think the roof lining will fit fine.
Well, that's one. because machining service has finished, he made these simple adapters. They've got a male thread on that side and female thread on this side, and the problem was that this thread was just so short that it wouldn't reach the horn. A specialty shop purchase, and we didn't have the time. Those are on. I did some electrical work. This is the ground side, and here's a simple connector. And they are working. Nice. Those.
We were wondering if it would have been smarter to just install the mounting hardware and gas struts, but well, we decided to build the mask a hole on the roof, not on the roof, on the floor, and I'm not sure if that was the right call, because these masks, they are surprisingly heavy, not that stupid heavy, it's like 10 to 15 kilos or something, so not that bad, but it's big awkward piece to handle, so it was surprisingly hard to install.
Taisi halki mennä.
Drills. The holes are drilled. I was tapping these. 1, 2, 3. How on earth? I was even going gently on it, so that's a weird one. Let's not tell to him. He has several sets, so I will steal. The socket on this drill is awful. It's scrap that. Rubber here. It's a stupid thing to do, or at least starting to wire from this side. I thought that'd be smart, but come on, come on, come on. That's him.
I can tell you that there was quite a lot of wires to be pulled. There was 2 sets of wires for the high beams, because 2 of them were connected to the same power connector. So 2 plus 2. Light sign needed 2 wires. The strobes needed, well, the parking lights, they needed 4 wires.
Whenever we get interior
1 hot wire for amber, 1 for white, 1 for strobes and ground, so that's 4 wires. Then
It'll be fine for now. If I have 5
work
of these
lights,
wires on the floor,
they needed
take these wires
2
out, route them,
pairs of wires, because I also connected them as a pair. The 20 watters and the 40 watters, they are both their own pair, and yeah. But the wire work is boring to watch, so I'm not going to bore anyone with it. And if you for some reason want to see me struggle with wires, you can go watch the full video.
So
This
here's everything wired up for them.
mess
Rolling the
was
parking lights.
going
And this
only
will
to
be
the
the horn.
partial self for
It'll get
the
a
switches.
straight
There is a
power from
switch for
the new
the
relays.
train horns,
Will be here.
couple relays
One
for
relay
the
for the
strobes,
strobes,
different,
one pitch.
and
And the
the
strobes are on.
switching
Then
connector for the
the
parking light
reposition
color.
switch.
And high beams are working
Hell
as
yeah.
well.
Lights are working. So I changed the lights to 24 volts. The previous ones seem to be 12 volts because every single one of these has burned a leg of it.
And here is one major project that I was meant to do in the future when the walls are off and
Okay,
so
I
on,
didn't even
but luckily
measure
I got to
the
do it this
rest
year.
of the wire
Sound
pass through.
insulation the whole cap,
Well, it'll fit.
and this took like 4 days.
Somewhat.
There is quite a lot of
Loose
surface area
material.
and I'm doing several layers.
Just stenciled. I guess it will be, yeah, it will be fine. Is that enough? There we go, there we go. Great. I've got this beautiful piece of wood as a cutting board, so I don't stab myself. One. About this. Oh yeah, that's perfect. And with this stuff, as long as most of the metal is covered, it'll be fine because it can't resonate. I'm going for like hopefully 90% coverage or something like that. 100 would be so much work that it wouldn't be even funny anymore. There. There. Maybe a tiny bit crooked. No biggie.
Covering big areas like this, it was really fun. Just take a sheet of the material, slap it on, call it a day. And yeah, the big areas, they were super easy, super nice to do, but oh man, when you got into the smaller sections where you needed to just take small levers and you know, start to cover it. Because, well, my perfectionist side took over and I simply wouldn't be happy with nothing less than perfect. So, like you saw, that little sliver, it wasn't necessary, but I decided that I need to install it.
This one small section starts to be about done, and the difference, it's pretty crazy. And that's resonating. I find it interesting how perfectly these sheets fit. This is 50 by 75 centimeter or something. Well, I already cut a small piece off, but it's pretty much perfect fit there. Just that's fine. That corner, like that. Like that. Oh, about there. Yeah. Yeah, that'll stretch. There. It's so precisely cut. Also more annoying to install because it's stiff and doesn't want to flex pretty much at all.
And like I just said, the 3.5mm thicker, stiffer mat, it doesn't want to take a shape, so I took the hammer and gently bashing it in.
Yeah.
Gently bashing it in made it took some shape, so it made it way easier to install, and at the same time the glue got a possibility to you know, contact and adhere. This was an annoying piece because there was the roof wasn't flat, so I had to make many narrow pieces, and yeah, well, not fun, but it's done. Happy with it. And the thick material, it was also annoying to cut because the knife wasn't going through it that nicely. But yeah, managed to complete the project anyway, even though it took a few days, and here you can see me just going on and doing it.
Oh, the roof is done with the stiff material. So is that wall side quest completed. Video to be followed later. I've installed all of the soft material to the roof, and I can say it was a pain in the ass because the material is so thick and heavy that it didn't want to glue itself onto it. Oh, I had to get some spray glue and everything is staying on. I didn't want to add anything there because there are all the wires, so a little bit of space for them. And now that the original roof liner has dried up, it looks absolutely horrendous. Luckily I got this one, looks pretty okay. That broke when we took it out.
I don't think there is a way to install this roof liner completely intact. Or well, there is. It is through the windshield. So this is one of the Scania smart ideas. The floor mats go on before dashboard and roof lining goes on before the windshield, so we absolutely were not going to remove the windshield to install the roof lining because, well, it didn't go well the previous time. And now there's the one pass-through for all the wires, gotta wiggle all my extra wires through it. And yeah, it was pretty tight. There were also one reverse camera wire that wasn't shown there, and yeah. But at the end, we made it. It fit through. All the wires fit, and now it's time to push the roof lining on. So, the reason we are doing things in this order, meaning the roof lining before finishing the walls, is that I think that Mika had to leave the same night or the following day or something. I'm not completely sure. Or maybe he was just working and he wouldn't be back until next evening or something. But anyway, he was there at that time, so we decided to install the roof lining because it's big and clumsy part, and I think it would be possible to do alone, but it's so much easier to do with someone else. Same for the shelf. It's not that heavy, but it's pretty heavy to be held on and to be bolted on at the same time if you're doing all alone. And here I'm installing the switches. There is the first one, it's original, it's for the interior lights. Then there are the ones I added for the strobes and the color changing of the parking lights. And on the right, the spring-loaded, it's the train horns. I wanted to put it there so that you won't accidentally press it, but so that it's easy to press if needed. So yeah, and now just rest of the tiny bits and bobs, the lights, etc. This is me playing it safe. The unpainted section that was welded is covered with some bitumen mass, just to make sure that it isn't bare metal and has some protection. So this is for the underbody
Camera behind the cab
coating.
I mean, it's okay. We can see what's happening there. I can always buy a new radio, no biggie. And the switches now, this is the horns, we are out of air, but... Damn, Mika. The solenoid can be heard, it's working. That switches off the... Perfect, and that should be strobes. Yes, not sure if you can see on the camera. The light is working. When I said the weather is pretty warm, I meant it. It's 10 past 8 at night and it's still 26 degrees and I'm just dripping sweat. Even though the sun isn't shining, nothing here is burning anymore. But it's still pretty hot. But yeah, I love the... here is demonstration of how much the insulation really does. This wall is completely undone. Mika? That back corner only has the thin mat. And that middle section of the back has everything, and the roof even has the roof lining. There's not much left to do here. I was going like crazy last night when it finally got cool, so I was here until like 11 PM. Got dark, so didn't film anything. First thing today, I went to local store, got some bitumen against welding, and this will only get worse. Well, can't complain, it has been raining for like 6 to 8 weeks or something, almost daily, so finally not raining, I should be happy. I forgot to film the last piece. That's quite a puzzle. That's way cleaner looking, but oh well. No biggie. Now that I mention it, I didn't like it. It was a whole piece. That was several small pieces. But I'm not gonna do anything to it. It's fine. One small detail. The other side has 40 mils. Almost on the whole surface. Actually from here to there. So there is a tiny bit less, but I can't be bothered to go and take a whole sheet to cut a small piece of it, so that will have to do it. So now clean up everything from here, and then it's time to put the walls in place. Starting from the driver's side so that I can put that lamp on, and then either the back wall or the other side wall. I don't know yet. But yeah, I would say that that is good enough. Belt. I need some clips. That has been just a clip. Plastic screw for it there. I have this box of I don't need to remove the other side seat belt because it's not an issue as on the passenger side. So the roof lining is on. I cleaned up everything, and there's still the gaping hole in the floor, some there, so floor is completely undone. We need to weld the driver floor, or hopefully not weld, but take a look at it. And now the test drive. I think you can get 100 clips for a couple of pennies. That one. Can't see shit. Oops. Doesn't wanna go. Okay. And just like that, back wall is in the truck. All I have to do is now clip it in place. They're reusing these, but I got the tires, I got the rims. I've been wanting the Rebuidl wheels for so long, and finally we are getting installation distance. These are Scania OEM wheels, so these should be good. Let's see. This is the tire we took off last week, so these should come out easy.
So the backstory here is that I bought tires and rims, but the tires, they were wrong size. I knew that. They were 385 55s when we needed 385 65s. So a friend of mine picked them up and took the tires for himself because he needed them. So I got nothing but the rims. I was meant to buy tires later, and we test fitted it the previous week, and the tires were ET 120, so they sat too far out. The couple of centimeters of the tire would have been out of the fender, and that's no bueno. So I sold the rims and bought these. These are Scania wheels, so they are ET 135, so they should be alright. We were worried if the tires sit too much in and the inner edge of the rim hit the brake bell. So but fortunately these fit perfectly.
Well, Mika didn't like blue, nor did he like the plastic ring, so... Tuning session.
Muuten ihan vitun amistunut.
Ikinä mä olen mitään.
And this is the passenger side that we didn't remove the previous week, and we have no idea when it has been removed the previous time, so the nuts were a bit tight.
Op. Tönöt, se on ihan toppia.
As you can see.
Tuot hajoaa vai varmaan? Jotain ainakin hajoaa.
I can tell you that hurt in my ear, and that almost broke the wrench. I'll show it later. But anyway,
Karkas hyvältä. Nyt
enough
tarkkana sanon pakkolla.
enough bar, anything is possible. And funny thing, these nuts are really old because they should be 33 mils, but we removed them with 32 mil range, so they have rusted and lost a layer of metal from them. But that's also the reason why the wrench was pretty stuck.
Easy as that.
That's in place. Now just to tighten it. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
So, when I was saying that the wrench is about to break, this was completely straight when we started. Yeah, it's got a slight bend to it now, but tires are changed.
And here, the thing we have been scared of. We are going to do the driver floor.
That's not
and
looking
hope
too promising.
that it isn't
Yeah,
as
no.
bad as the passenger floor. So
Bad.
screws are rusty, and I don't have much hope, as you can see all the dirt underneath
Wow.
the
Yeah.
column. And
Scania, why? Why? I don't want to remove the steering column, but in order to remove the seat base, the bolt is somewhere there. You can remove the box from underneath the seat, because it's hitting the steering column and pedals. So I would need to remove them to remove this box to get access to the bolts underneath the seat. But in order, I can just remove these. But this well, I can access it, but this isn't fun. Oh, Scania, why? This way. Tires are just long enough. Is this the... Okay, new roadblock. The mat, it's underneath the gas pedal. Yeah, no biggie. But the problem is that the gas pedal is held with 4 bolts.
and
Oh,
the
man.
end of the bolt
Oh,
is
man.
here, so in order to remove the gas
decision
pedal,
has been made.
you
I
need
go
to
here and
tilt
then
the cap over.
here. And just like that, the floor mat should be coming off. It looks dry. Nothing is coming off in chunks. Eikä muka pääse tuosta läpi.
There was this one sketchy part of the floor that had some surface rust, and Mika was adamant that he would go through it, but well, he had to be disappointed when he couldn't go through it. And the floor was solid enough so that we didn't need to weld even a single piece on it. And here you can see the rusty spot. So what we did, or well, I took the grinder and just grinded off the dry rust until the metal was clean and healthy, etc. And after that I vacuumed the whole truck and just painted it. Because the paint can seal the surface, it won't rust anymore. Even if it got a little bit wet, but if there was no paint it would rust so easily. So yeah, here I'm painting the floor, and the passenger side as well, because well, nothing has been done to it after the tiny coat of the epoxy primer that was sprayed on it somewhere in the spring.
This is a work truck for us, so if this was nothing but a show truck, then we could be more precise.
And as you can see, I'm back to sound insulating the truck. I wanted to do the floor as well, because well, The walls and the roof have also been done, so it would be kinda stupid not to do the floor as well. So
Tiny bit
here we
off.
go.
But close enough so that I can open them enough.
I think that this section is done. I only put a bit of there because, you know. Oh, windy. But yeah, I put a bit of there that's kind of a awkward shape, and I only have one sheet of the thin. And of course, now that it's about 5 mils higher, it doesn't sit as perfect as it did before, but that's no biggie. And then the knife, let's take those out to the whole wire package, because I tried to put them aside a bit when I was putting those parts on and the wires were. I just hope that the mats fit after the insulation, because from factory they were designed to be against the metal, and now, like I said, everything is 5 mil thicker. Only things that might not fit well are the panels that go here. Oh shit. Yeah, that didn't work. My own taping business. Fastest business you would ever see going bankrupt. There. That's it. That's oh, it also had the corner I cut this way, so anywhere nearby the box just hovers over in the air, and you know, our both cars got hit.
So Mika was struggling to wash his car because when we painted the Scania
Out of
in the
curiosity,
spring, the overspray spread
are
over the cars, even though they were far
I would
away, like
say
now.
15 to 20 kilos. But let's see what the scale says. About 13.8. Well, 15 kilos wasn't that far off. Please turn off. So, 14 kilos, or almost 30 pounds. 14. Let's see what kind of a hassle it is to install. There. looking promising. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No. Sunday night training session. Well. Oh. That's heavy as well. Probably like 40 to 50 kilos. And as per usual, I ran out of camera battery last night when we started to fight the benches on. But they are on now. The mats are on. The center console is on. It's missing that piece. That isn't on properly. Some parts needed there, but the big things are done now. So that mat is somewhere. But this is starting to look like a truck again.
I'm making flathead screws out of normal M5 bolts. The reason is because I didn't have correct screws. These are the mirrors, as you might see. I'm drilling holes for the rivet nuts to go in. I decided to go that way instead of fighting the stock screws, which were some weird size. So, yeah. And no, we didn't remove the glasses. It would have been way easier that way. Not having to worry about drilling into the back of the glass or anything. And installing the rivet nut would have been easier, but like I showed earlier, the glasses are glued on and I didn't want to try to remove them.
Well, that will find its strength. Yeah, that's done. The cover is holding. Big.
And this part, would have been so much easier without the glass, because I could have just pushed the bolt with my finger, but no, now that I tried to install it, it just always
getting
slipped.
these on was a struggle, to say the least. But they are tight. They shouldn't wobble as much as they did before. Well, I should add these plates, the plastic ones, but I'm not sure if I want to do that, because if any moisture gets in, it drains out way easier now. And here's the other side. It's a tiny bit more wobbly, but not as bad as it used to be. Great, that's done.
This was some late night fabrication on some random Sunday, because, well, I didn't like the light sign we bought earlier, or well, I bought it. Mika and Dad haven't been that interested in the external tuning, but I have wanted to make the trucks look like ours. So yeah, I've been buying this stuff, and I bought the light sign. Knew it was big, and I felt like it was too big, so I bought a smaller sign, and I'm making a mounting bracket for it. So yeah. And the bracket will be simply made out of some scrap RHS. This is like 20 by 20 mils once again. And I'll make
one like that and one like that, and that should be enough. Or well, that really is enough.
And I'll make solid mount for it this time. The last one was adjustable, but there is no point of doing one. It would have been way more work and literally no reason to do so, yeah.
I reduced the corner a bit. So this is at around 45 degrees, and it would be about good here, with lots of excess on the left side. But if I want it to be here, then I need to cut the corner. But I think I do something like this. So I'll cut the corner a bit with the belt sander.
And these nuts I'm welding here, they will be just spacers, so that the sign itself is clearing all the welding seams. So I need to just weld these on, drill holes through them, and I can bolt the sign on. If I didn't bolt these on, I would have needed to make everything completely flat.
Yep. As I suspected. If that side is on, this side doesn't fit. And it's... yeah. I'll weld these small plates as a guide, and then add some weld here so it's already thicker, and then add it on there. That's what I do. Oh, the welder was set way too high, so it burned through here, and this piece is now stuck to the vise. Oh man! So that's tucked in place now. Should get a couple mils wider than it was, and same thing on the other side. Or well, I'll try it, but I think this isn't enough. Well, it almost fits. This hole isn't correct. Muy bien.
or something or so. Between 20, yeah, 24.3, meaning this connector is getting power and this,
Well, looks like I'm blind.
this
You
doesn't
can
work.
clearly see at least one lump.
Ladders or
there,
something, but I
yeah,
guess the tractor is
good
good
thing.
enough.
I thought it was broken.
So, welcome to Niko's welding adventures with Mika. I may have done a dum-dum and went ahead and bought stuff. So, here's the thing. A new bed with some lock pins. So, this should make lock transportation way easier. Now we just need to modify it in order to fit the crane to it, and at the chain lift mounting point. Oopsie, seems to be pretty heavy. We are trying to do it this way in order not to drag it through the yard, because that wouldn't be a nice thing to leave big marks on the gravel. We might have to reposition the chains a tiny bit. So this is the trash bed we have, and this is a X-cantle. We'll need to build this one first, so that the hook lift can grab from here and lift the bed on. And this scrap piece will be the new front bar. This is 13 centimeters high, and here's 19 centimeters and we need 13 here, so we need to cut it in half. This bar here, all of the old stuff is off. Now we need to measure it, cut it in length. Well, if you are so drunk that you can stand, then that's great. Otherwise that's as crooked as my sense of humor, but you know, we'll fix it. This is pretty much cut. We might have to clean it up a bit. Yeah, hard to film because there is two people doing two different stuff at once. And Mika doesn't like to have the camera, but yeah. So it should be 90 exactly. Yep, close enough. It's a tiniest bit of sanding from here. 11.5. Anyway, this will be the hook. Toinen pää tippuu. Tää painaa nyt ihan vitusti.
Also, once again, I'm a bad example. Never ever weld shirtless. Just don't do it. I mean, well, I got the worst sunburns on my upper chest. I've never had such a bad sunburn. It hurt like 3 days straight, and I've sometimes burnt my biceps or neck, but this was the worst one so far, so never ever weld shirtless. You can see the arc being bright as heck, and yeah, you might not feel it on your skin the same day, but the following day will be a full agony. So yeah, don't do like I did. Please wear a shirt and proper welding mask like we are doing. Don't play with your eyes.
And that's all welded now. That side is fine. This side is less fine because I did this, but I think it'll be alright. So
that's a successful test fit. It wasn't completely lined up, but you know, nothing a crowbar can fix. And here, this is sometime later, we got some new steel and we started to make the crane mount It will be at the back of the bed, just like on our other beds, and it will be able to take either of our cranes, either the log lift or the yellow comma crane. Yeah. These seat channels are same size as on the bed, so this will be mounted face towards the seat channels on the bed, which are the wrong way, so we need to cut the bed in half, well not in half, cut the last meter off with the last pin. Mika is doing that, and when we get that done, like here, we will remove the last pin, turn the channel around, and after that weld the new channel on. So yeah, sounds simple, isn't it?
Pois se.
Onko se tarpeeksi puhdas?
And as you can see, the new channel is in place, and now it just needs welding. When that's in place, the original channel that's underneath, holding this one straight, will be turned towards it, so that the crane stand can slide into this hole.
That was as uneventful as I hoped for. So those are all tagged. I got some seam there, same there.
So the channels are welded, and like you saw, those are on. Now we could test fit the crane, but we didn't bother because this bed isn't ready yet. We took this old railroad and cut a correct length piece to go into middle between the both of the channels, and to this piece we will also mount the hole for
And after
the
it from the bottom as well, then we
cylinder
try it
that
on
pushes the crane in or out. So
see
this will
if
also
all of
have
our
that,
measurements
and that
were
cylinder
correct.
also mounts the
And
crane to bed, so it doesn't slide
now
out on its
just
own.
a tiny bit of welding. Yep. The last pin, it's in place. Welded well, not well because I welded it, but I'm going to weld a few, just like this.
on the frame so that we can use these for the straps.
And one of the last welding seams onto bed. We need to weld the bottom side, as we have only been welding from the up or side, so flipping the bed over allows us to weld from the bottom. And as I was doing this, it already got dark. Too bad the camera shut off early. It was a
I
light
could
show.
weld that. I have half a stick left. I could burn it there. That other side, not possible. But yeah, I can weld that. And yeah, the seams, they aren't pretty, but I think they're fine. I grinded them flat because the
Also, I'll do a quick test if this was as unstable as I thought. Yep. Or then I'm just strong as hell. Almost lined up.
And here is the crane test fitting session. It doesn't matter which crane we take, so the yellow one had correct connectors. We only had one of the 2-inch connectors at the time, so we took the yellow crane just to test fit it. And if the yellow one fits, the log lift will fit as well. So here we go. The crane has lost some hydraulic oil when it has sat, so it has to be repositioned and realigned, but no biggie. The hoses are long, so no problem there. And now we just need to reverse the bed into the studs and hope that it fits. And that was the exact reason why we made the pyramid shape ends in the spring, so that if it's almost nearby, it will guide itself in. Right now I was meant to reverse, but at the end I didn't. Dad turned the Dad told me to turn on the PTO, and he would slowly glide the crane on with the hydraulic power. As you can see, it's moving.
That's inside. The reason why they got lucky. We didn't measure this one, but the logs fit almost correctly. Those, hey guys, Dad has made an auction purchase, and it's the best thing ever. If someone doesn't know already, this is hot water washer, so it heats up the water, cleans absolutely everything. So it's pretty much a super-sized pressure washer, so.
So this washer, this is really powerful. According to the specs, it uses about 15 liters of water in a minute, which is 900 liters an hour, and well, it's like 250 gallons, meaning a lot. It heats the water up to 150 degrees Celsius or 300 degrees Fahrenheit. And it produces a pressure of 15 bars, which is like 200 psi. So yeah, powerful thing. Like you can see.
Actually, it's peeling off the... Also, I spent morning today fixing this loose end.
I'm speaking of the rear
You
view
might
camera
have
screen.
seen the video that I said that I'm going to mount it someday. Well, the day came and it's mounted there. It's not perfect yet, but it stays still. And yeah, the camera apparently goes to black and white mode when it's dark, but if you saw me doing the wires, there was this one wire that, well, or actually that yellow one. There was yellow and red one that didn't have spots. I was too tired and pulled too many wires. So actually that's now, the white wire is from the camera, it's the trigger wire, so that when you go in reverse, it should turn the other camera on. That isn't installed yet. But it will be installed one day. The wire is already outside, so we only need to pull the wire and make a bracket for the camera. But yeah, that's done.
At the moment, the interior of the Scania is looking really bare bones. Nothing special here. The wall linings, they are original, the seats are original. I'm going to redo those at some point, but everything that's behind them you might see there. Oopsie, dirty lens.
So I filmed this outro thinking that this would be the intro, but well, my plans changed in the editing, and as I live an hour away from the truck, no, I'm not going there to film another intro, so you have to bear with me speaking over the video here. What has been done inside? Well, insulated everything. All of the switches are working now as they should. Well, this drop switch is kind of, you know, we should just go ahead and tear every single switch apart and clean them, make sure that they are making proper connection and working as they should. And here you can see they can be turned off, amber or yellow, and strobes. They are pretty bright. And I need to connect the light sign as I saw it working. On the outside, yeah, I've shown everything in this video, literally everything. From painting, fixing the rust holes, and you know, whatever could have been done this year has been shown, even changing some wheels. And yeah, the front is pretty bare bones, not much yet, but there will be more lights, etc. Just need to see what future brings, how much excess money I will have, and so on. And these aren't the only work lights that there will be. I have plans of adding several more, maybe at the bottom of the gap, on the stairs. I have lots of plans. So yeah. And these are doing most of the well, all of the lightning outside, so yeah, they help. Yeah. They aren't perfect yet. They will never be perfect, but you know.
We are trying to get rid of this chain lift, so hopefully next year you aren't seeing this one here. We should paint the hook lift and check all of the bushings and everything. It's easier now that it's taking off in the middle of the yard. Yeah. A bit weird video maybe, but see you later.
That's the future plans. I'm signing out. If you made it this far, thank you, and thank you bottom of my heart. I appreciate the watching, and if you want, leave a comment, suggestion, anything. If you want to see more, go check the old videos, subscribe, more to follow. Lights are out for this year. See you again probably next year. Thank you. Bye.